Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning, and I tell you what, these breeders have brought out a nice set of bucks in this particular starting class, and I guess I'm very impressed with all three of them, and I think all three bring some fundamental, um, unique pieces that I think we all probably should pay attention to. The one that I've started with, though, is the one on that end, and he's the one that strikes me the best in terms of side view profile. I like his extra length of body. I like his elevation of front. That sheep is really good in terms of his chest to underline, chest to flank ratio. And I, in particular, like him better just from a structural standpoint in terms of reach and flexibility. I think he has an advantage. The buck lame that's in second is absolutely enormous in terms of muscularity. Talk about one that's extremely big in his rack, extra wide and square in terms of his loin edge, and just the dimension he presents from behind is unmatched by any. To me, maybe as we just compare, maybe just not quite as extended, but certainly a pair of very, very high caliber bucks. The buck that rounds out the top three, I think, has some very unique pieces as well. His extra length of body, and in particular his length of hip, certainly excites me. I think that's something that we've maybe lost in recent years, just in terms of some length of rump. I like this one's shape. I think his loin edge is extremely good for one that has that kind of power and dimensions. I think three buck lambs that are certainly worthy of taking a hard look at. Very impressed. Congratulations to all three.
All right, your champion Blackface Ram is Hob Show Lambs, Lot 23. Reserve champion Blackface Ram is Birch Livestock, Lot 11. And third place Blackface Ram is Asmus Club Lambs, Lot 74.
Well, I hope that the Southdown enthusiasts have tuned in or are watching here sideline, because this one's pretty special. One that I think is unique from the aspect of how big his pin set is, how wide he is through his 13th rib, and then how neat he is up through his shoulder and chest floor. Certainly a Southdown buck lamb prospect that I think has a bright future, one that I think is sound and good enough looking, but certainly has the extra muscle and dimension that we're all after. Touch is impeccable, skin is great. Help yourselves, nice southbound.
All right, your champion AOB Ram is Crago Livestock, Lot 128. That concludes our Ram show. We're bringing into the ring Class 3. That's our first class of Blackface ewes, Class 3. Class 4, feel free to make your way to the arena.
think we've got a very nice pair of females in this particular class. Both of these gals, I think, represent some pieces in terms of maternal ability, body, rib shape, dimension, just underlying quality. All of those things, I think, line up very well. The difference that I see, though, in these particular two females is the one that I've started is just a little more unique, just in terms of the shape of her forerib and body. I think she's just a touch more appropriate compositionally, and so that maybe tells me she's a little more genuine in terms of her muscularity and shape. I also like the extra substance and foot that she possesses. The one that's in second, certainly a big, powerful, broody female. I love her in terms of her extra depth through her rear rib and flank. Her chest floor dimension is good. I like how her blades lay in, and her extra length of neck certainly works in her favor. So I think a pair of tremendous females in this class. Congratulations to the breeders.
Clark Blazard, report to the ring. Class 4. Clark Blazard, report to the ring.
will tell you at this point along in the show, I think this thing has been tremendously good. I think all of these females in this group are very high end, high quality, and very usable. And so I guess I hope that you folks ringside realize that just because they're first or fifth does not make them or break them, I guess is what I'm saying, because fundamentally these things are very, very nice. The ewe lamb that I've started, though, I think just with respect to soundness and quality and balance, I think that she does those things very well. I love when we set her in motion that she is high-headed, she's flexible in her skeleton, she can bend her front legs, flex and go. I think that's a very nice female. The one that's in second, certainly very extended and long-necked and long-bodied and very shapely. I think her rib cage dimension is awesome. Really a pair of very good, high-end, very high-quality females. The ewe lamb that's in third is one that if you're interested in power, shape, and dimension, she's got it. Her rack is enormous. The dimension she presents out through the base of her leg is fantastic. Just her underlying quality is really good. A little more moderate ewe, and so to me, depending on your buck battery at home, she may actually be your best fit. The ewe that's next is one that I just find to be very, very functional and very productive. I think she's stout. I think she's sound. I think she's rugged. I think she's broody and muscular. Maybe just a really solid, functional foundation female to build around. And then the female that rounds out the group is certainly extended. She's long-rumped. I like her top-line levelness. To me, she maybe is just not quite as rugged and stout as some that precede her, but certainly one that I absolutely appreciate her length, and especially her length of rump and levelness of back. Congrats. Another really good set of females. The pair of these that are at the top, I think, are extremely nice. I think that they're different from one another. But the one that I've started, she's the one that I think is the most unique in terms of the shape of her body. She's the most open in terms of her chest floor. I like the extra dimension she has through her forearm, and that goes right along with the extra shape she has down her back and the extra mass she has in her stifle. So I think that's a really nice female to start. The one that's in second's definitely longer bodied. She's longer hipped and leveler rumped. She's very feminine. She's very high quality. Maybe just not quite as expansive right through the midsection of her body. Maybe not quite as just super expressive in terms of muscularity, but man, I tell you, I think that's a very nice female that ends up in second. The female that's in third, certainly one that's very expressive and shapely from behind. I like her touch. I think she has got a big rack. To me, she's just a little shorter bodied, maybe not quite as elevated up front as the two that precede her, but man, I'll tell you, that's a wide, square-built, muscular female. The one that's next, long-necked and long-bodied and very good skin, good touch. To me, she's maybe just not quite as heavy in terms of her structure and bone work. Kind of the same story for the next one. I believe they're similar. Good skin, length of body, length of rump is awesome. Again, maybe just could be a little stouter featured. And then the ewe lamb that rounds out the group, I think has a bright future. I think her underline and balance that she possesses is impeccable. She's muscular. She's heavy enough structured. To me, maybe just a little longer rumped, a little leveler pinned would certainly help her. But, man, I think that's a good set of females. Congratulations to all of these young folks. But I apologize for taking an extra minute on this particular group. I think there's three of these females that are awfully, awfully special, and I'm not going to tell you I've got them right because I don't know that I do. I just think they're very good, all three of them, and I'll tell you maybe a few of the differences that I see. The one that I started with, I think, is the best just in terms of look and balance. I like her elevation of front. I like her flatness of blade. I like her length of top line, and especially her length of rump. Very good. I don't think that she's as powerful as the next two females probably. I don't think she has as much dimension down her back, over her loin edge, or even from behind as the next two. But I do like her look. I like her female character and her quality. The female that's in second, she has the biggest rib cage. She's the most open in terms of her chest, and there's no doubt she has the best touching and has the most power from behind. I think there's a lot of special, very unique things, and when we set them in motion, I actually think for her extra power, she's pretty flexible. So congratulations. I think that's a very good female. If I were critical, maybe we could hook her loin and tail head in just a little differently, maybe lengthen her rump. The female that's in three is certainly one that I think her top line is impeccable. I like her blade. I like her neck. I like her underline quality. To me, she's probably not quite as big and dimensional right out of the top of her hip as the one that precedes her. But wow, I'm just telling you, that's a great female to be third. Very, very good set. The next ewe lamb is muscular. She's stout. Maybe just a little off in terms of balance for me in terms of her underline comparatively. And the one that rounds out the group is extended. She's trim. She's long-bodied. This is one that I think has an awful lot of merit. Just gives up some in muscularity compared to the group. Congrats, great set of females. Another extremely high quality set of females in this particular group. And I'm telling you again, the top end of these things are awfully, awfully nice. The female I've started with is easily not the fattest. She is by far one of the greenest ones in here, but in my opinion, one of the highest quality ones as well. Her elevation of front, her length of neck and body are certainly extremely good. Love her length of hip. I think it matches in terms of the balance that she has. I just think a very nice one. Take that one home and feed her. I think she gets better every second of her life. The female that's next is one that's really big and stout and broody, and I love her extra dimension and power through her chest, her arm, her center body. All of those things are extremely good. To me, she's just a little low in her hip-loin attachment and where her tail head sets in, but man, that's pretty critical of one that I think that offers that much good. The female that's next is one whose next set is awesome. I like her strength of top line. Her loin and where it hooks into her hip is very appropriate. I think a very good female there. The 1 and 4, really broody, extra maternal, really good in her chest, very low in her flank line. I think her length of hip and neck certainly match and balance. I think she's very flexible. Really nice brood ewe, I think, that's in 4th. The female in 5th, extended, long-bodied, long-necked, long-topped, if you will. I'd like to lengthen her hip a notch, and let's crack her forerib open just a pinch. The ewe that's next is one that I think is fundamentally very good. I think she's sound enough. I think her rib cage is good. Maybe not quite as big in her pin, but certainly good touching. I like the pliability of her skin. Her structure is awesome. Very nice female there. The one that this 109 female, extended, very shapely, topped, and hard muscled. I love her extension. I think there's some merit in that one in terms of skeletal quality. Lot 19 is really good in her underline balance, where her chest sits in regard to her flank line. Impeccable. I like her levelness down her top. That looks like a brood ewe deluxe to me. The 119 female is great skinned and very tall fronted. I would like to soften her flank just a notch, but certainly one that has a ton of merit. I like the posture of her hind leg as good as any. The ewe lamb that rounds out the group is the trimmest, the thinnest, the greenest, but her loin edge may also be the best of any of them. Okay, if you want to talk about one that's very square in her edge, has a great touch, and how her loin hooks up for one that's that raw, that's a pretty unique animal. So I think these folks brought a nice set. They all have some very interesting pieces. Congratulations.
Results for Class 7. First place, Hobbs Show Lamb. Second place, SRV Show Lambs. Third place, Barton Sheep Company. Fourth place, WL Livestock. And fifth place, Buckle Up Livestock. If you were first or second place in a Blackface ewe class, please report to the ring. If you were first or second place in a Blackface ewe class, please report to the ring.
I think the quality runs even deeper in this particular class than some we've seen in the past. I think that there's 4, 5, 6 of these things that are extremely nice. There's differences in body condition in this group, as you can see, but the one that we've started is certainly one of the thinner ones. I think she's absolutely the tallest shouldered and the best in terms of her next set of any of them. I love how her blade length and angle sits in. I like her length of body, and in particular, her rump length is good. Very sound, very high quality. The female that's in second is certainly can rival her just in terms of her depth of flank, where her chest sits in her. She's certainly a little farther along compositionally, and so she has just a shade more dimension and shape to her muscularity. I love her bone structure and substance. She's very sound. I just think that's a close pair of those gals at the top that are very, very good. The female that's in 3, one that's extremely good in terms of her balance. Her length of top line and rump are very good. Her underlying quality is impeccable. I think her rib cage is really nice as well. One that I think is dead level, good looking, muscular and shapely. Really nice set of females in the top 3. Fourth ewe lamb, just a bit different in terms of how powerful she is. One that's extremely robust in her midsection and her center body. If you're hunting one that's extra round and open in terms of her chest and forerib, this is your gal. She's extremely powerful. I love her pin width and power. Certainly a female that I think has tremendous breeding value. The next ewe lamb is tremendously big-footed. I love her ruggedness and stoutness. I think she's extremely muscular. Also one of the thinner ewe lambs in this particular group. I think once she catches up compositionally, she's awfully, awfully good. So make sure you study this Lot 20 ewe. I think there's a lot of future in her. Lot 129, very good balanced and very tall fronted. Again, one that's very green and raw, but I love her length of neck and her length of rump. I think she balances good. Her pins are big. Very nice female that needs a few weeks to kind of catch up. Female that's next, extended, nice neck set. Her touch is good. Her length of hip is good. Again, another raw one that just needs some time. And we round out the group with one that I think is as good in terms of her neck set, how her shoulders lie in, and then her top line is near flawless for as raw as this one is. I just feel like we need more time to figure this one out as well. Let's feed them. Let's buy them. Let's take them home and put them in our program, because I sure think they're high quality.
Results for Class 8. First place, Hobbs Show Lambs. Second place, Blackhurst Club Lambs. Third place, SRV Show Lambs. Fourth place, Rose Davies Show Stock. Fifth place, 8C Livestock.
I really like the female that wins this class. I really appreciate, to me, how sound and good balance she is. She's still muscular and shapely. Very high quality female, I think, that starts. The ewe lamb that's in second, certainly a unique animal with respect to her shape and muscularity, her bigness of pin. To me, your underline and elevation of front is really, really good. Awfully skinny, awfully raw and green, but a very high quality female next. Same kind of story for the next one. Very thin, very raw, but one that's extremely tall shouldered. I love her length of body. Length of rump is good. Her underline quality is exceptional. Just need to see what happens when we get this one fleshy. Next to you, lamb in line's one that's extremely open and round and robust in terms of her rib cage design. I like her muscularity and shape. Maybe not quite as extended or as just neat looking up through her front end as maybe some that precede her, but one that's really good in her body and muscularity. And then the one that's next, one that balances, I think, really good from the side. Her next set is good. I like where her chest and her underline sit in. Her length of rump is impeccable. I like her levelness. Very nice female. Again, that's just awfully skinny. We round out the group with one that I love. Her next set as good as any in the group. She's right on the top of her shoulder. I like her Hampshire type. Love her length of hip. To me, she could just be a notch leveler rumped for me, but what a nice set of females. Congratulations.
No, you're good. Results for Class 9. First place, WL Livestock. Second place, Buckle Up Livestock. Third, Canty Show Sheep. Fourth, Kilduff Club Lambs. And fifth, Lee Club Lambs. All right, folks, we're bringing into the ring now our champion Blackface division. So we've got our first and second places from each class coming into the ring right now, 3 through 9.
Folks, I am very impressed with this set of females that are out here. I think there is a class winner and a second in every one of these classes that are extremely good. I'm actually very pleased with the lineup out here on the front row because when you accept a position to come and judge these shows, you really don't know what you're going to end up with. You don't know the number you're going to have. You sure don't know the quality. And I am ecstatic about how these females all look and how they line up out here in the front row. And so my hats are off to the breeders and the folks that are putting this show together. I think this is a neat opportunity. I think the opportunity to buy quality genetics in females that are extremely high quality and top end kind. There are females out here that I perceive can go on and be donors and flush and make an impact for the folks who buy them. So with that being said, I'm sure not going to go back through them all. I like these females. I'm sincere and honest. I think there's a ton of quality. I'll go select your champion in reserve. Thanks for bringing them, guys.
All right, folks, we're taking a 10-minute break to take some pictures. The results for your Blackface division: Champion Blackface U, Pagliaro Bohin Club Lambs, Lot 14. Reserve Champion Blackface U, Birch Livestock, Lot 10.
Hey y'all, I just wanted to let everyone know we have some of our favorite delicious food from Logan, Utah. Our favorite things: Aggie ice cream, we've got Gosner's cheese curds, Gosner's milks, we've got donuts, other drinks, and Cox honey butter on some fresh delicious bread. So please come check out our concession stands.
Test, 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 test. Closer. think this is a really nice single entry natural female. Certainly one that's tall shouldered and very feminine in terms of how her shoulder and neck and how they're presented. I think she's really good in her top line, plenty of muscularity, and certainly one that's sound enough. So I think a really nice female. Congratulations. Check this gal out later. She's nice. Really have a good pair of females at the top of this one. I think there's trade-offs and give and take in these gals. The one I've started is the more robust female. It's certainly more open and round in terms of her forerib and middle body. She's certainly really big in terms of her pin set and has the advantage in terms of shape and muscularity. The female that's in seconds maybe just a little more female like. She's a little flatter shouldered, a little longer and thinner necked. Maybe not quite as open and powerful, but certainly a high quality, very attractive female. The one that's in third is certainly good in terms of rack shape and power. Maybe love her extra bone and substance. Maybe we could soften her flank just a notch. And same thing kind of for the next one. One that's really big in her top, her loin edge is excellent. Maybe we could make her underline quality a notch better. And we round out the group with one that's a really high quality female. Just needs to be certainly bigger in terms of pin and have a notch more power. Congrats to these folks. Nice set of females again. certainly not huge numbers in terms of the naturals in this particular show, but man, I think that there's three very high quality females that are out here. I'm not going to go back through them. I thought that the two young females that were first and second in their class were both extremely good. I think they're very high quality. I think that they would make great brood ewes down the road. They're going to make great show ewes right here in the near future. And those will be grand in reserve. I like those two a bunch. Congrats to those breeders.
All right, the champion of your Nanny division is SRV Show Lambs. Lot 110, reserve champion is Blackhurst Club Lambs, Lot 86. From your previous class, Class 11, first place was SRV, second place was Blackhurst, third was Brady Showstock, and fourth was Blizzard Club Lambs, with fifth Lake Show Lambs.
really powerful smut-faced ewe in this particular class. One of the things that strikes me the most about this one's how big and square her loin edge is. You want to talk about one that is firm and shapely, and then you grab that 13th rib, and she's as big and square and massive right there as you can imagine. Lots of power, very nice female. Congrats.
Class 12 had Canty Show Sheep in first place.
The female I've started is the one that I like the best in terms of her side view look. She's the one that, man, her neck is set on the top of her shoulders. Her blades lay in appropriately. I like her top line design. Really a high quality female that I think balances impeccably well. The female that's in second is certainly wide and stout, and she's got a big open forerib in her. I like those things about her. Maybe just not quite as neat up through her front as the one that I've started. The ewe that's in three is certainly shapely and muscular from behind. Again, maybe we could make her balance a notch better in terms of her underline. The ewe lamb that rounds out the group is long-necked and tall-shouldered and very extended. Just one of the greenest and rawest ones in this particular group. Congratulations to these folks.
Results for Class 13. First place, 8C Livestock with Lot 18. Second place, Flesner Cub Lambs with Lot 89. Third place, Northern View Ranch with Lot 21. And fourth place, Speckle K with Lot 38.
I like the female that we've started here. I just like her in terms of her extra extension. I like her length from forerib to flank. Her length of rump is really good. I still like how her neck comes out of the top of her body. The next two ewe lambs look like they're peas in a pod. They look almost identical to me. Their rib cages are both big and round and open. They've got big loins. They've got big hips. They've got lots of bone and fur. Maybe just the difference between those two is one of them shows better than the other one, and so it made it a little more logical for me to sort them. But two very nice females that are just extra powerful. Congrats to these breeders. Well, I think that all three of these class winners are very nice, and I would be, I'd be lying to you if I told you that I thought that one of them was the one that just stuck out and was farther ahead than the rest, because I don't think that's true. I think they're all very, very nice. I think they're all very much in contention. Really comes down to just what I would deem personal preference, and when it all comes down to that, one that maybe that combines some in terms of balance and structure and muscularity, and still be good in terms of substance and wool and those types of things. That it gets challenging. But the one I guess that I lean more towards is the lightest ewe lamb that's down there on that end. She'll be your champion. One that will be reserve is actually the ewe lamb that's right behind her that won her class. So these two class winners in class 2 and 3 will be champion and reserve. Congrats.
Your champion AOBU is Maven Camp Livestock Lot 64, and your reserve champion AOBU is 8C Livestock Lot 18. All right, folks, so I'm going to give you the ice cream sales pitch for the day. So we have 3 flavors of Aggie ice cream. Those of you who aren't familiar, Logan is home of Utah State University, which is the ag school of the state of Utah. We have some really, really good dairy cows here, and they make some really good milk that makes delicious ice cream. So we've got Aggie Blue Mint, which is a mint ice cream with some Oreo cookies in it. We have Praline Pecan, which is by far my favorite. It is delicious, and I believe its name describes what it is. And we also have Aggie True Aggie Night, which is a raspberry chocolate ice cream that is to die for. So come get yourself some Aggie ice cream, because nobody here wants to go home with it. That was a lie. I want to go home with it, so... All right, folks, one quick reminder. Tonight, from 8 p.m. to midnight, we will have laser tag in this building on that side of it. Okay? So come, have a good time, play some laser tag. All right, we're going to start our Blackface Wether classes with Class 15.
I sure like the look and balance of the Wether that wins this particular class. One, it's very tall fronted. I like how his shoulders lie in, and I sure like his neck set. Really good in his top line. He's got a great touch and a near perfect loin edge in him. Certainly a very high quality sheep. The one that's in second is extreme in length of body, his length of neck. Very good in terms of muscularity, and I love how sound he is when we set him in motion. Maybe just not quite as crisp down his top or as right over his loin edge is the one that wins. The sheep that's in third is the biggest hipped and biggest ended one of the bunch. He's the thickest, most powerful. As I study him, though, he's also got a little more shoulder and maybe just a little deeper up through his front, but certainly a power Wether that's done well. We round out the group with one that's got an extremely big, shapely back. He's extra big boned. I think that's just a sheep that's done well. He's performed well. Tons of rack. Congrats. The prospect that we've started with here is certainly one that I think has the best look in terms of balance. Again, his neck set and where his shoulder is laid onto his skeleton, I think is very good. I just think the extra balance and look favor this guy. The sheep that's next is certainly bigger hipped and more powerfully driven. Maybe not quite as heavy in terms of substance, and maybe we could change the point of his shoulder just a notch, but certainly one that's extra crisp and shapely. It's got a big loin edge in him as well. The sheep that's in 3 is a very high quality, attractive sheep, very extended, runs uphill, maybe not as dimensional, really right down his rack or especially over his loin is the one that precedes him. The muscular sheep in this particular group lands right here in 4. Tremendously big hipped, very muscular, very thick-ended, very wide built. Needs to be just a little better in terms of his structural components and get that old sheep's neck to come out of the top of his body better. Sheep that's next is very muscular as well. I love his shape to his stifle. Maybe just a little deeper bodied for me. I'd maybe like to make his underlying quality a notch better. Sheep that's 118 is extended. He's long bodied, he's long hipped. I think his balance is pretty close. This old sheep's maybe just not quite as powerful as some, but I think there's some future in that one. We round out the group with a heavy structured, big-legged one. Just needs to be a notch level or hipped for me, but really a nice set of lambs in this particular group, and tons of prospects I think can do some good.
Results for Class 16. First place, DeLong Club Lambs. Second place, WL Livestock. Third place, 7Z Club Lambs. Fourth place, Ward Livestock. Fifth place, Liberty Livestock. And sixth place, Brady Show Stock with 7th Wardell Club Lambs.
think the Wether that I've started here in this group is just fundamentally the most complete. He's level, he's still attractive, he still has some muscularity, like his substance, and he holds himself together very good skeletally. One that's in second's a good-looking sheep. I like his length of neck and length of body. His levelness of hip is really good. Probably just need to bust that one's rib cage open just a notch, but certainly a very nice prospect that has opportunity to get better. The Wether that's next is sure enough tall-fronted, and his next set is good. I rate him to be just a little shorter rumped than I would probably deem ideal, and maybe we could drop a notch more stifle into him, but it's certainly a high-quality lamb that I think moves well. The sheep that's next is extended. He's really good in terms of his neck length. I like his length of hip, maybe just a little frailer, just a little flatter made, if you will. The Wether that's next is probably as robust as any in terms of his center body and muscularity. Maybe just gets a little conventional for me, a little shorter bodied. One that lot 6 that's next, attractive sheep that's good in his underline. Maybe like to see him a little leveler hipped. The sheep that rounds out this group, or lot 78 I should say, is very muscular, maybe just a hair deeper bodied. And the one that rounds out the group is a good looking sheep with great skin. I think he's awfully green. Maybe we could level his hip just a notch, but sheep that has potential. Congrats.
Results for Class 17. First place, Flesner Club Lambs. Second place, Canty Show Sheep. Third, 7Z Livestock. Fourth, Lee Club Lambs. And fifth, Rose Davies Show Stock.
I really think that the top 3 or 4 sheep in this class are really nice. The one that I've started, I thought I got real close on the top pair. Those 2 sheep are both very interesting to me. I think they're unique in different ways. The one that I've started, though, I guess I like this one just in terms of his length of blade and his shallowness right up through his sternum's just a notch better with respect to the one in second. The one that's in second's taller shouldered. I love the extension he has up through his neck. His length of body, his length of hip is impeccable. Really a nice pair of sheep. The sheep that's in 3, if you guys are hunting one that's extra powerful, big pinned, really good in terms of his flank line, why, this guy right here fits. I mean, this one will be competitive all year. There's no doubt. I think that's a really nice Wether. Sheep that's next, also kind of the same, along the same lines. Big pinned and muscular. His underline quality is good. Maybe just a little rough in his top line right now. The sheep that's next is one that I think is really good in terms of rack shape and dimension. Maybe just needs a little time to grow up and mature. The sheep that's next, really high quality. I love his neck set. I love his skin quality. It's a sheep that just has to be just a notch level or hip for me. And then the one that rounds out the group, I think, is muscular and shapely. I read his underline quality to be a notch off. I'd like to soften his flank some, tie his chest and shoulders in just a notch better. Congrats. Good set of sheep, though.
Results for Class 18. First place, Montana Beck Livestock. Second, Crago Livestock. Third, Blackhurst Club Lambs. Fourth, Polson Livestock. Fifth, Kilduff Club Lambs.
do like the Wether that wins this particular class. I think he's the one that hits me the hardest from the side. I like his neck set. I like his shallowness. I like his bigness of pin. Sheep as raw as he can be, and yet I think still has adequate muscle shape. The creasing's in the right places. I think a really nice prospect. The sheep that's next is one that I find pretty interesting with respect to the amount of dimension and midrib body shape, the depth of flank, the extra pin width and power that this one has. I'm not sure how big this one's going to get, but he's going to be awfully competitive regardless of where he ends up. Sheep that's next is one that I find just to be really, really well balanced, a big pin, muscular sheep that has some shape. He's awfully raw. I'd maybe like to just change this one in terms of his forerib shape just a notch. The one that lands in 4's got a great touch. I love his muscularity and shape. This is one that's just a little awkward in his pin set for me. It gets a little rough in his hip loin and could be leveler right there. The sheep that's next props up good. I think he's very attractive. I think his neck set is awesome. Shape that he presents is really good. Maybe again a sheep that's a notch flatter right in his forerib for me. And then this sheep that's next, really attractive. Again, man, I like what this young man's bringing in terms of hide quality and skin texture. Need to be a notch leveler hipped, maybe just a little more robust in terms of body. Congrats.
Results for Class 19. First, Montana Beck Livestock. Second, Rose Davy Show Stock. Third, Lee Club Lambs. Fourth, Crago Livestock. And fifth, Crago Livestock.
think we've got 4 really nice prospects here, and the one that I've started is awfully raw and green. He's the one that's just really unique in terms of how neat he's built in his underline, his shortness of blade, his bigness of pin set, and the expression he offers is pretty impressive. Sheep that's in second's giant pinned. He's very shapely from behind. I like that about him. Maybe we could shave them shoulder points a notch to make him just a little more attractive, but certainly a nice Wether. Sheep that's next, very, very flat in terms of his blade. He's very extended. I like his length of hip very well. Need to bust that one's rib cage open just a notch. And we round out the group with one that I think's muscular. I think his rib is big, maybe just a little more conventional, a little shorter necked, a little shorter bodied, a little shorter rumped, if you will. But nice prospect. Don't see him being a giant, but will be very successful in lighter classes. Congrats. I'm proud of this set of Wethers that are out here. I can't imagine what it's like to try to get these little rascals ready to go, haul them, bring them to a sale, shear them, get them ready to show when it's cool outside like it is. That's a challenge, and you folks have done a remarkable job, so congratulations for that. I think that these class winners and these second place sheep are all very good, and they offer some very, very unique things, in my opinion. Sheep that are balanced, sheep that have some muscle, sheep that are sound enough in their skeleton and structure. I think there's some sheep that have some freak pieces out here. I think that's always good. I think there are sheep that have tremendous power and muscularity, some that have tremendous look and balance and skeletal design. So I think you can kind of pick your poison, find the ones you like, figure out who you're going to show to later on in the summer, and buy accordingly. So with that being said, there's a couple of these sheep out here I like really well. And I'm not saying that I'm right or wrong. What I'm saying is they're the ones that I like the best today and would be the ones that I would probably like to go home and take home with me and feed and try to see what they turn out like. So with that being said, I'll go select your champion in reserve, Prospect Lambs.
Your champion, Blackface Wether, is Montana Beck Livestock, Lot 66. Your reserve champion, Blackface Wether, is DeLong Club Lambs, Lot 107. Hey, folks, we have a taco truck sitting right through these doors here on the southeast side of the event center, the big red building. So if you are in the mood for some killer tacos, head over there. I don't know how to say the name. I think it's Yides, but that's our best guess of the taco truck name. But they're really good, so go hit them up for some tacos.
I like this dark fibered sheep that wins this particular class. Excuse me, excuse me. Just in terms of this old sheep's radical muscle shape, his dimension down his rack, and I mean, you want to talk about a big pin, shapely one. This guy's pretty good. If I could change him, maybe level his hip and lengthen his rump just ever so slightly, but one that is wide built, shapely, very attractive, and a very nice sheep. The sheep that's next is one that I think is tall fronted. He's extended. I like his touch and shape. Pretty good over his loin edge. One that could possibly be just a little bigger in terms of his pin set, but I do like his silhouette. The sheep that's next is one that's big out of his rump and good over his loin, wide built. To me, he's just a little hard to show. Obviously, he's wanting to pull back. Maybe we could, if we could get a good look at that sheep relative to its neck set and pushing, that sheep may move up. But I think there's some quality in him. Just need to figure out how to make that one work. Thanks.
All right, folks, just wanted to let everybody know that Gosner Foods is a local company here in Cache Valley that makes great, great dairy products, and they are a sponsor for the Apex Show and Sale today. And they have provided fresh cheese curds that were made this morning. So if you would like to buy some fresh cheese curds, head on over to the concession stand and get yourself some fresh cheese curds because they are amazing.
Folks, this smut-faced Wether that wins this class is pretty salty. It's one that I think can take it off a lot of competition. His muscle shape is awesome. He's got a great shape to his rib cage. He runs uphill and profiles very nicely. That's one that'll be successful. The one that's second, certainly very powerful. I like his pin width and power. Maybe not quite as neat right up through his front end as our class winner, but man, that's a powerful rascal. The next two sheep I think fit together very good. They're both very attractive. They're both very long-necked. They're long-bodied. They're long-rumped. Both awfully, awfully thin. We just need to see where they, how they feed out. Just need some time. Congrats.
Results for Class 22, first place Northern View Ranch, second KM Club Lambs, third Speckle K, and fourth Speckle K.
Got a pair of nice Wethers here. They're just very different. The one that I've started with, he's the one that props up and looks the best from the profile. It's a taller shouldered one. It's just a little better in terms of his neck set. I like his extra length of body and hip. The one that's in second is certainly more powerful. He's gigantic in terms of his rack. He's big at his 13th rib and absolutely enormous out of the end of his tail. So really, you pick your poison here. You can take one with just a hair more look or one with a ton of power here. So congrats. Both pair of nice sheep, though. I like this drive. They're four very nice sheep. They're certainly different. I think they all have quality and merit, though. The one that I like the best, though, come out of that very first class, one that's right here closest to me, that's a sheep that I think balances well. I think he's got a tremendous amount of muscle shape and dimension. I think he's got an awful bright future. This sheep here will be your champion. I like the young lady's sheep that won the second class. He'll be your reserve, a really good-looking sheep there. Congrats to these folks.
Okay, folks, you're going to get about 2 minutes to head over to the ring right now because we are going to do our Supreme Champion selection for our Rams, Ewes, and Wethers in that order. So everybody head on over to the ring for the Supreme Champion selection of our Rams, Ewes, and Wethers. All right, into the ring we have Hobbs Show Lambs, Lot 23, your champion Blackface Ram. Reserve champion Blackface Ram, Lot 11, Birch Livestock. Your champion AOB Ram, Lot 128, Crago Livestock, Little Southdown Ram. So, this is our second year with our trophies, and they are traveling trophies. So, each consigner that wins that trophy gets to sign it the year after they've won it. So, we're going to give Joe a little bit of a break, have somebody come hold his ram so he can sign this trophy for us.
And I will tell you, honest to goodness, that we didn't have very many buck lambs. I think we maybe had 4 total. But all 4 of those things are very nice. And I will tell you, the 3 that are out here, you guys can go to Sedalia, you can go to Reno, you can go and look at bucks off the farm, and you're probably not going to find sheep that are any better. I will tell you that I am ecstatic about how good these things are. I mean, this Southdown buck lamb here, you won't find a bigger pinned one anywhere. I mean, they just don't make them like that. That's a really powerful, ended, stout, rugged rascal who still has some look and balance. I mean, that sheep's impressive. The black-faced champion buck is absolutely as unique as you can build one in terms of his side view look and his presence, where his chest lays in relation to his flank line is impeccable. And then you study that one from the top of his blade out the end of his hip, and I think that one's just monster in terms of how he wedges. The reserve black-faced buck down there is absolutely a freak of nature with respect to just general muscularity and power in terms of his rack shape, his hide quality, and his dimension from behind. It's just amazing. Then you set him up from the side view and realize that his chest is up and his flank is down. So, I mean, I just can't tell you, folks, those of you who are looking for bucks, I will just tell you, study hard here, because you're not going to find them a whole lot better. I think they're extremely high quality, and my congratulations to all of these folks. I think these things are going to sell well. I think they're going to go on and reproduce and do well. My congratulations to all of them. Thanks to these folks. Really nice set.
All right, Tony. We're going to have you sign this. Does Rory want to come out? Join us? All right, round of applause for Tony, our 2022 Champion U winner. We're going to turn it back over to Clay to select 2023's champion and reserve.
I know I'm sounding redundant, but I'm very happy with these females that have come out here and the buck lambs and the Wethers that we're about to see. I can't tell you how excited I am that this show is taking off and that it's growing and doing well. And I'm happy that we have some folks who are interested in trying to promote a sale here in the Rocky Mountain region and bringing in, using some online bidding and inviting folks to come and bring high quality livestock. And then those folks that bring the good ones, that they're being rewarded financially for doing so. And so I just can't tell you how I think that the industry needs shows like this and sales like this. I'm not totally against complete online deal, but I sure think we're missing some human interaction and the ability to learn from one another and talk to each other about what makes them good and what doesn't and how to make them better. And so my hats are off to Riker and his crew, the Apex show. Congratulations. I think there are several ewe lambs. I think all three of these class or breed champions are in contention. I think they're all very good. I think they all offer very interesting parts and pieces. But in all reality, I mean, I really think that there's a female that just fits pretty good in my wheelhouse, just in terms of presence and look and having some balance and extra quality. I sure like the way they look when we set them up at the backdrop, and I want them to be able to have that right silhouette. I've always been a fan of that, even when it probably wasn't even popular. I was a fan of that, and then we went through a time period where it was muscle at all costs, and we took the Dwarf gene into consideration, and we got away from some of these sheep that were just a little more athletic in their look, a little higher quality in their build. And now I think we're coming back to those again. And I will tell you that my thoughts have never deviated as to which kind I like, right or wrong. So with that being said, I'm going to go select your champion in reserve. I think there are several really nice ones.
Your Supreme Champion U is Pagliaro Bohen Club Lambs. Your Reserve Supreme Champion U is Birch Livestock. All right, Montana, let's have you come over here for a second. Round of applause for Montana Beck, our Supreme Champion Wether from 2022. Going to turn it back over to Clay to select your 2023 Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion Wether.
Again, the weather prospects were very good today. I think all three of these sheep are extremely nice as well. I can't say it enough, and I know it's redundant, but like this smut face Wether, this is one that can go out and be very successful no matter where you haul him. His lines are impeccable. He is tall-shouldered. He's shapely. This blue one, he will be absolutely a man someday in terms of power and muscularity and skeletal width, yet still shallow up through his front and good in his underline. And the Blackface cross is as big pinned and as unique in terms of his silhouette as any we've seen. His elevation up through his front, his chest, his neck set. I mean, just a really, really interesting and unique set of sheep. And again, congratulations to the breeders. Please continue to support this show and sale. Breeders, you buyers that are here, we've got a nice crowd today. And I tell you, I think we see fewer and fewer folks come to these things, and we have a great crowd. So thanks for coming. I hope we have a big crowd again tomorrow. I think it'll be worth your time if you're listening on the internet today and you're close enough to get here. Why come take a look? I think there's a top end of sheep that are extremely good. I think that there are diamonds in the rough that I missed that just need some time on feed to come out and be really, really good someday. So please be active tomorrow. I know that it's important for our consigners to stay in business, for this show to continue to be good and to continue to get better. Please support them. Congratulations.
Your Supreme Champion Wether is Montana Beck Livestock. Your Reserve Champion is DeLong Club Lambs. That concludes our sheep show for the day. We're going to take some pictures, and then we're going to give Clay a 10-minute break and dive into our goats, starting with the bucks, which we only have one of. So doe classes, be sure you're ready in about 10 minutes. Doe classes are going to start in about 10 minutes, immediately following our buck. We have in the ring now our buck consignment of the show with 3R show goats.
This single entry buck is certainly as stout and rugged and big hoofed as any of them. Really wide in terms of his chest, and when this young fella sets him up, this one really runs uphill and is very tall fronted. Has a very good touch, lots of tone and texture to his rack. Very nice prospect. Congrats. I think a really nice single entry doe in this particular class. Well, I think one that's extra powerful in terms of just her rib cage dimension and shape. I think she's really level out of her hip and good down her top line. Just a lot of look and balance in this gal. Congratulations. two high-end, really well-balanced does in this class. Really the difference that I perceive in these gals is one of them just a little bolder and stouter in terms of bone and foot, a little more open in terms of forerib, and certainly wider at the ground. So the doe that's in second's very feminine, very flat-shouldered, really neat in terms of her neck. Maybe not quite as powerful right out of her upper rump, but really a nice pair of females in this group.
Results for Class 26. First place, Gold Star Farms, Lot 333. Second place, Anderson Board Goats, Lot 301.
top 4 or 5 of these things are really, really impressive. The female that wins, she's the one that strikes me with a really good pose. I think she's very well balanced. I like it that her blades lay in very good, but yet she's got some dimension through her chest. I like it that she's good in her top line and level out of her rump. I think she's just a very high quality female that has some muscle shape to go with it. The doe that's in second, I think she has an awesome silhouette. I think where her sternum sets with regard to her underline is second to none. I like her neck set. To me, she's got just a little bolder in terms of her shoulder, if you will, comparatively, but I think that's a really, really nice female. The doe that ends up in 3 is one that's robust in her center body. She's big in her back. She's open in her chest and big in her arm. This is one that I think just gets a little plainer for me. Maybe not quite as crisp and neat just in terms of her rack dimension as the 2 that precede. But talk about one that's powerful and broody and open. That's a very good female. The doeling that's next, big chested, big arm, big rib, maybe just a little bolder shouldered and a little shorter neck. But if you're interested in power and dimension and base width, that one's your gal. The one that's right behind her, maybe just a little neater and tidier up front, same kind of power and look. I don't think she's quite as stout and open though, and as bold in her arm as the one that beats her. The doe that's next right here, very attractive, very feminine, very high quality, just maybe not quite massive enough. This doe here, one that's very big in terms of her top, she's very shapely and hard. I just think she needs to be level or hipped. Same thing goes for the next one, really attractive, high-headed doe. Again, maybe a little leveler rumped for me, maybe a little bolder right behind her shoulders. And we round out the group with this painted doe. It's got a big top. There's plenty of shape in that one. It's just awfully raw and green right now. Congratulations. The quality at the top end of this particular class, you can drive a lot of miles to find them, and they're right here before you. They're awfully special. The female I started, she's the one that I like the best just in terms of balance. I think she combines that with an open forerib, an open shape to her middle body. I think she's very, very tall-shouldered. I like her levelness of top and hip. I think her silhouette is absolutely impeccable. The doe kid that's next, one that I think very similar with respect to her look and balance. Maybe don't see her maybe quite as solid on her back legs as the first one, nor do I think she maybe is as muscular from behind. The doe kid that's in third is one that I think has a unique look. If you like him like I do in terms of shallow and youthful and immature, still shapely, why that one's her. I think she's a very, very good doe kid that's very raw, very green, and pretty far behind right now. But I think that that's one worth taking a chance on because I think her forearm might be the biggest of the top three. I think she might be the neatest in terms of her underlying quality of the top three. A lot of merit, a lot of nice things in that one. The female that's in four is wide built, heavy duty, and stout. That's how I would describe her to you. Maybe not as neat up in terms of her neck, not as refined in her shoulder, but certainly powerful, certainly broody, and certainly stout. Same thing goes for the one that's next. Very powerful and muscular, maybe not quite as extended or as long in her hip as the one that preceded. The dark doe here is very attractive. She's very feminine, maybe not quite as powerful. Gives up some in terms of forearm and dimension through her middle body. Same thing goes for the next doe kid. Attractive, very feminine, just a little frail and refined. This painted doe kid that's next, extended, high performing, and really hairy. Maybe just a little rougher topped for me. And we round out the group with one that I think has a big hip and lots of power. Just a little weaker in her top, maybe not quite as stout and heavy in terms of structure as some. Congrats.
Results for Class 28. First place, Boatman Club Lambs and Goats with lot 307. Second place, Boatman Club Lambs and Goats with lot 341. Third place, Starpoint Livestock with 343. Fourth place, Shadow Mountain Show Goats with 330. And fifth place, Shadow Mountain Show Goats with 331.
Another high quality class of doe kids out here, and the one I've started, she's the one that strikes me as maybe just the most open in terms of her body. She's really good in terms of her forerib shape and dimension. I think she's still extra wide and powerful, and I can appreciate her extra stoutness, her forearm shape, and just the dimension she presents. The doe kid that's next, one that's very attractive. I think she's a good looking thing that's very long in terms of her neck. She's extended in her skeleton. I read her to be very good in her underline. This one maybe gets a little wonky down her top and maybe could be just a notch leveler out of her hip. The doe kid that's next is one that I think has a great touch. Her rack shape is good. Loin edge is nice. I read her to be just a little fragile, just a hair frail in her underpinning right now. But I think there's a lot of quality in her. This painted doe that's next, very, very feminine, very high quality, very neat in her underline. To me, it's just a little green and raw. Just needs a little time. Let me round out the group here with one that I think is very robust in her body, very hard in terms of her muscle shape. Just gives up some in terms of just pattern and look comparatively.
First place, Chase Taylor Show Goats. Second place, AC3 Livestock. Third, Boatman Club Lambs and Goats. Fourth, High Creek Boars. And fifth, Anderson Boar Goats.
These little doe kids are nice. They're very high quality. The one I've started, she's the one that probably has as much dimension and shape down her back. Probably offers as much forearm and base width as well. The one that's second, very attractive, very high quality, really good in terms of her underline. Probably not quite as powerful or dimensional in terms of muscularity or base width. And then the yellow doe that comes out next, very muscular. This is a doe kid that's got some muscle working down her back and over her loin. Has some shape from behind. I think she's just a little off in terms of her balance and from her underline. I think shallow on her chest, softening her flank would certainly do her a lot of good because I think the fundamental pieces are good in that one.
Results for Class 30. First place, Gold Star Farms. Second, AG Livestock. Third, Golden Spike Show Stock. That concludes our doe show. Our champion doe selection will follow the Wether Goat show. All right, let's bring in Class 31 for Wether Goats.
I'm going to leave these goats as they came into the ring. And the one that I've chosen to start, he is easily the most muscular. He's the widest in terms of his skeletal build and has the most dimension behind his shoulders. I like his span at his 13th rib, and he offers that with some extra substance. The Wether that's next, a little longer necked and bodied, just not as dimensional for me. Really nice pair, though. You kind of pick your poison as to who you've got judging later on as to which one suits you the best. I like this Wether right here on the front of this. He's the one that's got as good of a look, and I like his shape to his top. This one, to me, is still very raw and green and immature, but has a world of future ahead of him. The next one's really extended. I like his length of rump, his length of neck. This one just needs to power up some. As we work our way into third, we've got one that's got a big rack shape in him. He's good over his 13th rib. Just needs to get more power and dimension to the base of his leg. And then the one that rounds out the group's really good in his top line and level out of his hip. Just need to stouten him up some all the way. I like the Wether kid that's closest to me. I think he's as good built as any. I like his shape to his top, his levelness down through his hip, and I certainly like his balance. Really good in his chest and very good in his underline as well. The little Wether that's next is really attractive. It's a hard-shaped little dude. It's got a good look. He's tall-shouldered. Just probably needs to be a little longer and leveler hipped for me to maybe make a run. But I think that one has got worlds and worlds of potential. The next one, very attractive and tall-fronted. Needs to be just a little more powerful behind his shoulders. And as we work our way down, I think we have very nice prospects that simply are pretty raw and green and just need some time. Congrats to these folks.
All right, folks, we are ready for our Supreme Champion Doe selection. So if you want to watch the Supreme Champion Doe selection, you better get to the ring in about the next 30 seconds. All right, so here we go. All right, let's have a round of applause for our Champion Doe selection and all of our exhibitors in here. All right, it's time for the signing of the trophy. So we have Sydney from Gold Star Farms. They won it in 2022. We're going to have her go ahead and sign that. All right, round of applause for Sydney, our 2022 Supreme Champion Doe Exit Consigner. We're going to turn it back over to Clay to select our Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion Doe for today.
Well, again, very complimentary of these class winners and seconds in this particular group. I've been able to find does that I like, those that I appreciate in terms of look and quality and balance, and still have ample enough bone and muscularity to go with it. They're certainly high quality and have female character. And so with that being said, hats are off. Again, great job, breeders, for bringing a high quality set. I know this thing just gets better and better, and I'll go select your champion and reserve does.
Your Supreme Champion doe is AC3 Livestock, lot 311. Your Reserve Supreme Champion doe is Boatman Club Lambs and Goats. Our Wethers are coming into the ring for the Supreme Champion Wether selection. Let's have a round of applause for our consigners for our Supreme Champion Goat Drive. All right, I've got Kenna Israelson from Shadow Mountain Show Goats in here to sign last year's trophy. Let's give a round of applause to her. They exhibited the 2022 Supreme Champion Goat Wether.
Like I guess we're winding her down here. This is really the last part of this, and again, class winners and seconds are very, very interesting, very high quality. Really, though, I feel like there are two of these Wether goats that really have a tremendous amount of future, have the ability to maybe go on and do some really neat things, just in terms of their build and their balance, and then their shape. I sure think they're pretty interesting, and I wish you folks the very best. Congratulations to the breeders. Congratulations to the folks who get these things bought tomorrow. I'll select your champion in reserve.
Your Supreme Champion Wether Goat, Golden Spike Showstock. Your Reserve Supreme Champion Wether Goat, Boatman, Club Lambs, and Goats. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Apex Show and Sell show portion of this year. Let's give a big round of applause to Clay Elliott for coming out and judging our show. I appreciate all the consigners that have come and keep coming back to the Apex. We're so excited to have you, and we look forward to having a great sale tomorrow.